Hello, night listener, and welcome to Little Nightmare. I'm Emma, and tonight I'll be keeping you company to help you fall asleep. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to the channel and leave a comment telling me where you're listening from. Story 1. The Unwritten Pay. I sat alone in the den, surrounded by the familiar hush of evening, nursing a cup of tea as my fingers idly traced the spine of a book on the side table. Its cover, a worn leather, seemed to bear the comforting weight of countless stories. Instinctively, I reached over, intending to close it for the night, but it stood ajar, defying the gentle nudge of my hand. I hesitated, watching as the pages fluttered slightly, as if disturbed by an absent breeze. The room leaned in closer, the ambient hum of the fridge in the kitchen suddenly more pronounced, each creak of the settling house amplified. The book lay there, open to a page I didn't remember stopping on, the corners curling inward as though in quiet anticipation. I sat back, drawn into a stillness that felt almost alive. The certainty that this volume held words it had yet to reveal pressing down like a whisper in the silence. My hand moved toward the cup again, but the fingers felt strange against the ceramic. Too long, perhaps. Too pale in the lamplight. The skin appeared translucent, veins mapping unfamiliar territories beneath the surface. I flexed them slowly, watching tendons shift like cables underwater. The sensation was distant, as though I were observing someone else's appendage through glass. The warmth of the tea should have registered, but instead there was only a hollow awareness of contact. Room breathed around me. The walls held their position, yet something in their texture suggested movement, a subtle undulation that caught the corner of my vision. When I turned to look directly, everything remained perfectly still. The carpet beneath my feet felt soft, then firm, then soft again, as though the fibers were responding to thoughts I hadn't yet formed. The lampshade cast its circle of amber light, but the boundaries seemed to pulse gently, expanding and contracting with each beat of my heart. I heard that heartbeat now, loud and insistent, echoing through my chest cavity like footsteps in an empty cathedral. The sound filled the space between my ribs, resonating through bone and tissue until it became the dominant rhythm in the room. My breath joined the symphony, each inhalation a whisper of wind through hollow spaces, each exhalation a sigh that seemed to come from somewhere deeper than my lungs. The book waited. Its pages held still now, but the words on the visible page began to shift subtly. Not the letters themselves, but their meaning, their weight in my mind. I found myself reading about a garden I had never seen, yet could smell the jasmine that climbed the eastern wall. The text described hands that tended roses, hands that bore scars from thorns, hands that were definitely not mine, yet felt intimately familiar. The memory of soil under fingernails, the ache in lower back muscles from bending over flower beds, the satisfaction of deadheading spent blooms. These sensations layered themselves over my consciousness like sediment. I set the teacup down, noting how the sound seemed to come from far away, as though the table existed in another room entirely. My voice, when I tested it with a soft hum, carried unfamiliar undertones. The pitch felt wrong, too high in some frequencies, too low in others. It warbled slightly, as though passing through water before reaching my ears. Standing became an exercise in negotiation with gravity. My legs responded, but with a slight delay, as though the signals from my brain had to travel through thick amber. The floorboards creaked under my weight, but the sound seemed to emanate from multiple points simultaneously, creating an echo that shouldn't have been possible in such a small space. I moved toward the bookshelf, drawn by an impulse I couldn't name. The spines of the books appeared to shimmer slightly. Titles rearranged themselves when I wasn't looking directly at them, settling back into their proper positions just as my gaze found them. I reached for one volume, a collection of poetry I remembered purchasing. But when I pulled it free, the cover showed a cookbook. Inside, however, were detailed instructions for tending houseplants, written in handwriting that looked suspiciously like my own, though I had no memory of writing any of it. The electrical current in the walls seemed more pronounced now, a subtle humming that I could feel in my teeth. The refrigerator's compressor kicked on and off in patterns that felt almost conversational, as though it were trying to communicate something urgent. The house itself had become a living thing, breathing through its vents, sighing through its settling timbers, watching through its windows. I found myself at the desk in the corner, though I couldn't remember walking there. A notebook lay open, filled with observations written in that same familiar yet foreign handwriting. Notes about the quality of light at different times of day, detailed descriptions of cloud formations, sketches of birds I had never seen. The ink was fresh on some pages, as though someone had been writing just before I arrived. Yet I lived alone, had always lived alone, as far as I could remember. But that certainty felt thin now, like ice over a deep pond. Other memories pressed against the surface of my consciousness. A voice calling from the kitchen, asking about dinner plans. The sound of 2 sets of footsteps on the stairs. The warmth of another body in bed. The comfortable rhythm of shared sleep. These memories had weight and texture, yet they belonged to someone else's life. Someone who might have lived in this house before me, or alongside me, or instead of me. The notebook's pages fluttered without wind. I found entries describing my own daily routines, but from an external perspective, as though someone had been observing and recording my movements. The handwriting grew more erratic as the entries progressed, words slanting at odd angles, letters sometimes incomplete. The final entry, dated with a day I couldn't place, simply read, "The boundaries are dissolving. I can feel myself becoming transparent." My reflection caught my attention in the dark window, but it wasn't quite right. The figure in the glass moved a fraction of a second after I did, as though mimicking rather than mirroring. Its features were familiar, yet somehow rearranged, like a photograph that had been subtly altered. I raised my hand to touch the glass, and the reflection did the same, but from a slightly different angle, as though we were 2 separate people attempting to synchronize our movements. The sensation under my skin intensified. Tiny electrical pulses traced patterns along my arms and legs, creating a network of sensation that felt both foreign and intimate. My heartbeat had taken on a double rhythm, as though 2 hearts were beating slightly out of sync within the same chest. The sound of my swallowing seemed amplified, each gulp a wet, organic noise that echoed through my skull. I walked to the bathroom, my footsteps creating a percussion that didn't quite match my pace. The hallway stretched longer than it should have. The familiar distance somehow expanded. The walls breathed gently, in and out, keeping time with my pulse. The carpet beneath my feet felt alive, fibers curling around my toes with each step, as though trying to hold me in place. The bathroom mirror waited in the darkness. I approached it slowly, aware that something fundamental was about to change. My hand found the light switch, and the fluorescent bulb flickered to life with its characteristic buzz. The mirror's surface rippled slightly, like water disturbed by a stone, then settled into stillness. What I saw there stopped my breath entirely. The face looking back at me was mine, yet utterly foreign. The features were correct in every detail, yet arranged in a way that suggested a completely different person. The eyes held knowledge, I had never acquired carried the weight of experiences I had never lived. The mouth had spoken words I had never said, smiled at jokes I had never heard. This was my face, but it belonged to someone else entirely. I reached toward the mirror, and the reflection reached back, but our fingertips didn't meet at the surface. Instead, my hand passed through the glass as though it were liquid, touching the fingers of the other. The contact sent shockwaves through my nervous system, a recognition so profound it felt like coming home and losing myself simultaneously. When I pulled my hand back, it came away changed. The skin held a different texture. The lines on my palm had shifted into new patterns. My fingerprints, I somehow knew, would no longer match any records that might exist. I was becoming someone else, or perhaps someone else was becoming me. The distinction no longer seemed relevant. My voice, when I tried to speak, came out in harmony with itself. Two tones weaving together in impossible counterpoint. The sound filled the small bathroom, resonating off the tiles in patterns that created their own melody. I was singing a song I had never learned in a voice that was mine, but not mine, accompanied by an echo that came from within rather than without. The house responded to this new voice with subtle shifts. The walls leaned inward slightly, as though listening more intently. The lights dimmed and brightened in rhythm with my words. The water in the pipes began to move, creating a percussion of gurgles and sighs that harmonized with my impossible song. I returned to the den, but the journey felt different now. Each step was both mine and not mine, each breath drawn by lungs that felt familiar yet strange. The book still lay open on the side table, but now I could see that the page was blank. Not empty, but actively blank, as though the words were there, but invisible, waiting for the right eyes to read them. I sat in the chair, noting how my body settled into it differently now. The weight distribution had changed. The way my spine curved, the angle of my neck. I picked up the teacup, but my grip felt foreign, as though I were learning to hold objects for the first time. The tea had gone cold, but the temperature registered differently on my tongue, creating sensations that had no names. The room around me had become a reflection of my transformed state. The walls breathed more obviously now, expanding and contracting like lungs. The carpet rippled in slow waves, as though something large moved beneath it. The lamplight pulsed in rhythm with my heartbeat, which had settled into its new double-time signature. I opened the blank book and found a pen in my hand, though I couldn't remember picking it up. My fingers began to move across the page, writing words in handwriting that was becoming more familiar with each stroke. The text flowed without conscious thought, describing a den where someone sat alone in the evening, surrounded by the familiar hush, nursing a cup of tea while their fingers traced the spine of a book. But the perspective was different now. I wrote from the outside, observing rather than experiencing. The person in the chair was familiar yet strange, their movements slightly disconnected, their breathing audible in the quiet room. They reached for the book, intending to close it, but it remained open, defying their gentle nudge. The pages fluttered as though disturbed by an absent breeze. As I wrote, I understood that I was documenting the beginning of another cycle. Someone new was sitting in this chair, experiencing the first stirrings of the transformation I had just completed. They didn't know yet that their fingers would soon feel foreign, that their reflection would become a stranger, that their voice would split into impossible harmonies. The room leaned in closer around this new occupant, the ambient sounds growing more pronounced. The settling house amplified each creak and sigh. The book lay open to a page they didn't remember stopping on, corners curling inward in quiet anticipation. They sat back, drawn into a stillness that felt almost alive. The certainty that this volume held words it had yet to reveal pressing down like a whisper in the silence. I continued writing, my hand moving with fluid certainty across the page. The story was the same, yet different. The details shifted subtly, reflecting the new consciousness that was beginning its journey toward dissolution and reformation. I was no longer the protagonist of this narrative, but its chronicler, documenting the endless cycle of identity dissolving and reforming in this space between spaces. The tea in my cup had grown warm again, though I hadn't refreshed it. The room's breathing had synchronized with my own transformed rhythm. The walls held steady now, accepting their new reality. The carpet lay flat and still, no longer needing to respond to my uncertainty. I was home, but it was not the home I had known. I was myself, but not the self I had been. The book in my hands contained all the words it had ever held, and all the words it would ever hold, existing simultaneously in a state of perpetual becoming. The story continued to write itself through my fingers, and I understood that it would never truly end. Each conclusion would become a new beginning. Each transformation would lead to another. The den would always be filled with the familiar hush of evening, and someone would always be sitting here, nursing their tea, reaching for a book that would never quite close. The cycle was complete, and the cycle was just beginning. Story 2. The Weight of Stillness, **. The air in the room felt dense, as though woven with invisible threads, each one subtly tugging at my senses. My fingertips grazed the edge of the table, encountering an unnaturally smooth surface, almost as if it absorbed the texture of my skin. Shadows slithered hesitantly across the walls, their presence suggesting more than the mere absence of light. Somewhere in the room, a rhythm pulsed gently, an unfamiliar cadence slipping just beneath the threshold of conscious hearing. It ebbed and flowed like a soft tide, carrying with it the scent of forgotten dreams melange of something sweetly stale and disturbingly fresh. Against the backdrop of this auditory canvas, the clock on the mantel stood frozen, an arbitrator of time seemingly disconnected from its own essence. I reached for my reflection in the mirror, only to find it slightly delayed, a beat behind, as though catching up from another realm. Each breath I took felt borrowed, echoing faintly in the hollow spaces around me. I sensed the still, wordless tension grow, a weighty presence that invited a closer observation of the ordinary, where the distortion lay waiting, unacknowledged, and yet impossible to ignore. I don't remember arriving here. The knowledge sits in my mind like a stone dropped into still water, ripples of confusion spreading outward. My legs feel heavy, as though I've been standing for longer than I can recall. The floorboards beneath my bare feet pulse with a warmth that doesn't match the coolness of the air against my skin. Each step produces a sound that seems to come from somewhere else entirely, a soft whisper that might be my footfall, or might be something breathing just out of sight. The wallpaper draws my attention. Faded roses climb in endless spirals, their petals brown at the edges as though touched by flame. When I focus on one particular bloom, it seems to shift slightly, the pattern rearranging itself in my peripheral vision. The sensation is like trying to catch smoke with my hands. I blink, and the roses return to their proper places, but the feeling lingers that they were never quite where I thought they were. A memory surfaces unbidden, I'm sitting in a similar room, but the walls are painted white. Clean, sterile. Someone is speaking to me in a voice that sounds like wind through dried leaves. They're asking me questions I don't want to answer. But in this memory, the white walls begin to bleed color, roses blooming across them in fast-forward motion until they match this room perfectly. The impossible detail sits heavy in my chest. Walls don't transform themselves, yet I remember watching it happen. Remember the way the paint seemed to breathe as it changed. The scent shifts again. Now it carries undertones of vanilla and something metallic, like coins left too long in a pocket. My mouth tastes of copper and forgotten words. I move toward the window, drawn by a light that seems to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. The glass is cool against my palm, but when I look outside, there's nothing. Not darkness, not light, simply nothing. The absence has weight and texture, pressing back against the window like thick fog. Another fragment emerges. I'm standing in a garden, but the flowers are all wrong. Daisies with too many petals, their centers black as burnt holes. Roses that smell like rain on hot asphalt. A woman tends to them with careful hands, humming a tune that makes my teeth ache. When she turns to look at me, her face is kind, but her eyes reflect nothing. She opens her mouth to speak, but instead of words, the sound of distant thunder rolls out. In the memory, this seems perfectly natural. Now it fills me with a creeping unease that settles in my bones. The rhythm in the room grows stronger, more insistent. It's not quite a heartbeat, not quite music. Sometimes it seems to come from the walls themselves, other times from inside my own chest. I press my ear to the wallpaper, and the roses seem to pulse in time with the sound. The paper is warm and slightly damp, like skin after fever breaks. I remember a conversation, but the details swim away when I try to grasp them. Someone explaining something important, their voice urgent but muffled, as though speaking through water. I can see their lips moving, can feel the weight of their words, but the meaning dissolves before it reaches my understanding. In the memory, I nod as though I comprehend perfectly. The wrongness of this understanding without comprehension makes my skin crawl. The table draws me back. Its surface reflects nothing, absorbing light like dark water. When I place both hands flat against it, the wood feels alive, thrumming with that same mysterious rhythm. My reflection in its polished surface appears fractured, as though I'm looking up from the bottom of a deep well. The face that looks back seems familiar, but wrong in ways I can't articulate. The eyes are mine, but hold knowledge I don't remember acquiring. A new memory blooms. I'm in this same room, but everything is reversed. The mirror hangs on the opposite wall. The table sits where the window should be. I'm speaking to someone, but their presence is felt rather than seen. My voice sounds confident, decisive, as though I'm making an important choice. But the words themselves slip away like water through cupped hands. What remains is the sensation of crossing a threshold, of agreeing to something that can't be undone. The memory feels both ancient and immediate, as though it happened moments ago and lifetimes past. The air grows thicker, more substantial. Each breath requires conscious effort, as though I'm learning to breathe all over again. The scent changes once more, becoming something like flowers left too long in stagnant water, sweet decay with undertones of promises broken. My skin feels hypersensitive, every fiber of my clothing a distinct pressure, every current of air a caress that raises goosebumps along my arms. I approach the mirror again, compelled by something I can't name. My reflection waits for me, but this time it moves just slightly ahead of my actions. When I lift my hand, it's already rising in the glass. When I tilt my head, the reflection has already completed the motion. The delay I noticed before has reversed itself, and somehow this is far more disturbing than being behind. It suggests my reflection knows what I'm going to do before I do. The memory that surfaces now is fragmented, coming in flashes like lightning illuminating a darkened landscape. I'm lying down, but not sleeping. Above me, faces lean in and out of view, their features shifting like smoke. They're discussing me, about me, but their words blend into that same rhythmic pulse that fills this room. One of them touches my forehead with fingers that feel like ice, and suddenly I understand something crucial, but the understanding comes without content, a knowing without knowledge that sits in my chest like a cold stone. The wrongness of these memories accumulates like sediment, each impossible detail adding weight to a growing certainty that nothing I remember can be trusted. Yet they feel more real than the room around me, more substantial than the floor beneath my feet or the air in my lungs. The contradiction creates a vertigo that has nothing to do with balance, and everything to do with the dissolution of certainty itself. I find myself back at the table, though I don't remember moving there. The surface has changed somehow, though it looks identical. Now, when I touch it, I feel the echo of other hands, other touches, as though the wood remembers everyone who has ever placed their palms against its surface. The sensation is overwhelming, a cascade of foreign touches that feel intimate and invasive. There's something I'm not remembering. Something important lurks just beyond the edge of consciousness, a gray space in my mind that resists all attempts at illumination. When I try to approach it directly, it recedes like a tide. When I ignore it, it presses against my awareness with insistent weight. The harder I try to remember, the more elusive it becomes. Yet its absence shapes everything around it like a hole cut from the fabric of thought itself. The rhythm in the room changes, becoming more complex, layering harmonies that shouldn't exist in simple percussion. It's beautiful and wrong, like a lullaby sung in a language that predates words. My body wants to move with it, to sway and surrender to its hypnotic pull. But some deeper instinct holds me rigid. To give in to that rhythm would be to lose something essential, though I can't name what. Another memory fragment. I'm signing something, but the paper is blank. The pen moves smoothly across the surface, leaving no mark, yet I feel the weight of what I'm writing. The words have consequence even though they don't exist. Someone watches me with approval, nodding as I complete each invisible line. When I finish, they take the blank paper and fold it carefully, as though it contains the most important words ever written. In the memory, this makes perfect sense. Now, it fills me with a dread I can't explain. The light in the room shifts without any visible source changing. It becomes more golden, more syrupy, casting everything in amber tones that make the world feel preserved, suspended between moments. My movements feel slower, more deliberate, as though I'm moving through honey instead of air. Even my thoughts seem to stretch and elongate, each one taking longer to complete its journey from conception to understanding. I realize I've been avoiding looking at one corner of the room. Not consciously, but my eyes slide away whenever they approach that space. When I force myself to turn and look directly, there's nothing there. Just wallpaper and shadow, the same as everywhere else. But the absence feels significant, as though something should be there. Something I once knew intimately, but have chosen to forget. The blocked memory presses harder now, no longer content to lurk at the edges. It has shape without form, weight without substance. I can feel it trying to surface, like something buried too shallow, pushing up through soft earth. My body tenses against it, every muscle preparing for an impact I can't predict or prevent. comes, not as words or images, but as pure understanding. I chose this, not the confusion, not the fragmented memories, but the forgetting itself. I sat in a chair that felt like surrender and agreed to let them take away something I couldn't bear to keep. The memory they removed wasn't traumatic or violent. It was simply too heavy to carry, too true to live with. I chose the maze of false memories over the weight of one real one. But what was it? The question hangs in the air like incense, sweet and cloying. I can feel the shape of the absent memory, can trace its outline in the negative space it left behind. It was about love, I think, or about the absence of love, about a choice I made that changed everything, that made me into someone I couldn't recognize. So I chose to forget, to trade clarity for confusion, truth for the gentle madness of uncertainty. The room seems to exhale around me, releasing tension I didn't realize it held. The rhythm softens, becomes almost comforting. The scent shifts again, now carrying hints of fresh beginnings and old endings intertwined. My reflection in the mirror smiles slightly, though I'm not aware of smiling. It knows something I'm already beginning to forget again. The edges of my vision blur, not with tears, but with a kind of merciful fog. The details of the room begin to soften, losing their sharp insistence. The wallpaper roses fade to gentle suggestions of pattern. The table's surface becomes simply wood again. The impossible memories retreat to wherever forgotten things go to wait. I feel myself settling, like sediment in still water. The questions that seemed so urgent moments ago lose their edge, becoming merely curious rather than desperate. Perhaps some things are meant to remain unknown. Perhaps some forgetting is a gift rather than a loss. The rhythm in the room becomes my heartbeat, or perhaps my heartbeat becomes the rhythm. The distinction no longer seems important. Everything is as it should be, as I chose it to be. The weight of certainty lifts from my shoulders, replaced by the gentle burden of beautiful confusion. And then I'm waking up, or perhaps I was already awake. The air in the room feels dense, as though woven with invisible threads, each one subtly tugging at my senses. My fingertips graze the edge of the table, encountering an unnaturally smooth surface that seems familiar yet strange. But now, there's something different in the way the shadows move, something that whispers of cycles completed and choices reaffirmed. The mirror reflects my face with perfect synchronization, behind my eyes lurks the faintest echo of something deliberately lost. I don't remember what it was, but I remember choosing to forget it. And in that remembering of forgetting, I find a peace that feels like coming home to a place I've never been, but always known. The rhythm continues, patient and eternal, waiting for the next awakening, the next choice, the next gentle surrender to the weight of stillness. Story 3. It began with the faintest tilt, an imperceptible shift that only an obsessive eye might catch. Each morning, the picture frame on my bedroom wall stood askew, favoring the right by a degree, as if coerced by some whisper of gravity unknown to the rest of the room. Every day, without fail, I would ease it back to its rightful position, parallel to the edge of the windowsill. And every day it would slide back to that same stuttering angle. At first, it was an oddity, a trick of the loose nail, or an uneven wall, I thought. But soon, the slight inclination grew heavy with meaning. The light shadow beneath the frame, the way the glass refracted the dim light each morning in a precise line on the floor, began to feel like an unnoticed signature. I tried ignoring it, leaving it to lean as it wished, but the itch beneath my skin only grew when I finally mustered the courage to remove it, to place it face down in the closet. The entire wall seemed to lean with it, a silent protest against my efforts to bend its will. The nail hole remained, a pinprick of darkness that seemed to breathe. I would catch myself staring at it while brushing my teeth, while folding laundry, while lying in bed with the covers pulled tight beneath my chin. The hole was perfectly round, too perfect, as if drilled rather than punctured by the weight of hanging metal. When I pressed my finger to it, the wall felt warm, pulsing with a rhythm that matched something deep in my chest. Sleep became fractured. I would wake to find myself standing before that empty wall, my palm flat against the paint, feeling for vibrations that shouldn't exist. The surface was smooth, cool now, but my skin retained the memory of warmth. My reflection in the dark window showed hollow eyes, pupils dilated despite the soft glow from the hallway night light. The house began to shift in other ways, subtle at first, like the frame had been. Doors that I remembered closing stood slightly ajar, revealing slivers of darkness beyond. The floorboards in the hallway developed a new creak, a soft sigh that occurred precisely 3 steps from my bedroom door. I tested it repeatedly, placing my foot in different positions, but the sound came from the same spot, a wooden exhale that seemed to anticipate my movements. I started documenting these changes, writing them down in careful script across lined paper. The pen felt strange in my fingers, heavier than it should be, and the ink seemed to pool in certain letters, creating small blots that resembled tiny eyes. When I read my notes back, the words appeared foreign, as if written by someone else's hand. My handwriting had changed, become more angular, with loops that curved in directions I didn't remember making. The silence in the house grew thicker. Not the absence of sound, but something more substantial. A presence that muffled my footsteps and swallowed my breath. When I spoke aloud, testing my voice against the quiet, the words seemed to hang in the air before dissolving, leaving behind a taste like copper pennies on my tongue. I began to notice the light differently. It moved wrong, casting shadows that didn't align with the source. The lamp in my living room threw its glow toward the corner where nothing stood to obstruct it. Yet a dark shape lingered there, person-sized but empty. When I moved to investigate, the shadow shifted with me, always remaining just outside my direct vision. The mirror in my bathroom started to fog without steam, condensation appearing in patterns that looked almost like fingerprints, but too large, too elongated. I would wipe the surface clean, but the marks returned within moments, more defined each time. Eventually, I stopped looking directly at my reflection, keeping my eyes focused on the sink, on my hands, on anything but the glass that seemed to hold more than it should. My skin began to feel different, hypersensitive to textures that had never bothered me before. The cotton of my sheets felt rough as sandpaper. The smooth surface of doorknobs burned cold against my palms. Even my own clothes seemed foreign, as if tailored for a body that wasn't quite mine anymore. I found myself shedding layers, seeking relief from fabrics that clung too tight, that whispered against my skin with voices I almost recognized. The photograph from the frame haunted my thoughts. I couldn't remember what image it had held, only that looking at it had once brought comfort. Now, face down in the closet, it seemed to pulse with hidden life. I could hear it sometimes, a soft rustling like pages turning, though I never found the courage to look. Food lost its taste, becoming ash in my mouth. Water ran warm from the cold tap, and when I held a glass up to the light, tiny particles swirled within, too small to identify, but numerous enough to cloud the liquid. I stopped drinking from glasses, cupping my hands beneath the faucet instead. But even then, the water felt thick, viscous, coating my throat in a way that made swallowing difficult. The walls began to breathe. Not visibly, but I could feel the expansion and contraction, a slow rhythm that matched the pulse I'd felt through that nail hole. When I pressed my ear to the paint, I heard something like circulation, a gentle whoosh that suggested vast spaces beyond the plaster, chambers and corridors that couldn't possibly exist within the structure of my small home. I started sleeping in different rooms, testing whether the sensations followed me or remained localized to my bedroom. But each new space developed its own peculiarities. The couch in the living room sagged in a spot where no one sat. The kitchen floor grew cold in a perfect circle near the refrigerator, a chill that seeped through my socks and settled in my bones. The guest room door handle turned before I touched it, welcoming me into a space that smelled of flowers I couldn't name. My reflection continued to change, not dramatically, but in small ways that accumulated like sediment. My eyes appeared darker. The pupils expanded even in bright light. My skin took on a translucent quality, blue veins visible beneath the surface in patterns that seemed too organized, too intentional. When I smiled, testing the expression in the foggy bathroom mirror, my teeth looked sharp, though when I ran my tongue across them, they felt normal. The house began to hum, a low frequency that I felt more than heard, vibrating through the floor and up into my chest. It was strongest near that empty wall in my bedroom, but it spread throughout the structure like infection, turning every surface into a conductor for this strange music. I found myself humming along without realizing it, my voice matching the tone perfectly, as if I'd always known the melody. Objects started moving, not dramatically, not flying through the air or crashing to the floor, but shifting position in ways that defied explanation. A coffee mug would migrate from the kitchen counter to the dining table. Books rearranged themselves on shelves, organizing by some system I couldn't decipher. My clothes folded themselves differently, creases appearing in patterns that looked almost like symbols, like a language written in fabric. The air itself felt different, thicker, charged with potential. When I moved through it, I could feel resistance, as if walking through water. My movements became slower, more deliberate, and I found myself gliding rather than walking, my feet barely making contact with the floor. The sensation was not unpleasant, but it was wrong, fundamentally opposed to the physics I understood. I stopped leaving the house. Not consciously, but whenever I approached the front door, my hand would freeze on the handle. The metal felt scorching hot, though it appeared normal. The world beyond the windows looked flat, two-dimensional, like a photograph rather than reality. When neighbors passed by, they moved with jerky, unnatural motions. Their faces turned away, always turned away. The nail hole in my bedroom wall began to grow. Imperceptibly at first, but each day it seemed slightly larger, the edges more defined. I measured it obsessively, using coins, using my fingertip, using pencil marks on paper, but the measurements never remained consistent. What appeared to be the size of a pinhead would measure as large as a marble, then shrink back when I looked away and looked again. My body continued to change. I stopped casting clear shadows, the darkness beneath my feet becoming fuzzy, indistinct. My footsteps made no sound, even on the creaking floorboard in the hallway. When I spoke, my voice seemed to come from somewhere else, echoing from corners of rooms I wasn't facing. I began to understand that I was becoming something else, something that belonged to this transformed space. The photograph in the closet started calling to me, not with sound, but with a pull I felt in my chest, a magnetic draw that grew stronger each night. I would stand before the closet door, my hand on the knob, feeling the weight of that face-down frame beyond the wood. Whatever image it contained had changed, I was certain. The picture that had once brought comfort now held something else, something that needed to be seen. The house was no longer my house. It was something that wore the shape of my home, that borrowed its familiar surfaces and corners, but filled them with alien purpose. I was no longer myself, but something that remembered being human, that carried the echo of my former life like a half-forgotten dream. I turned the frame face up. The image showed my bedroom wall, perfectly rendered, with a small hole where a nail had once been. But in the photograph, something was emerging from that hole, something dark and fluid that reached toward the viewer with impossible geometry. As I watched, the emerging thing turned, and I saw my own face looking back, my eyes dark and knowing, my mouth curved in a smile that held no warmth. The wall behind me breathed deeper now, and I understood that I had always been here, would always be here, tilting slightly to the right, waiting for someone else to notice the angle and try to make it straight, Story 4. My living room stayed neatly arranged, every object in its place, graced by the soft hues of early evening. The vase, a cerulean relic passed down through generations, rested on the mantel where it had always been, holding a freshly gathered bouquet each week. I approached it, the muted creaks of the wooden floorboards beneath my feet enhancing the silence that enveloped the room. As I arranged a new bundle of wildflowers, the quiet was soft and comforting, accompanied only by the faint ticking of an old clock somewhere out of sight. The vase was cool and smooth against my fingers, familiar in its weight and shape. I stepped back to admire my work, satisfied with the vibrant display. Yet as I turned to leave, a gentle scraping sound came from behind. I paused, glancing back. The vase, usually still and steadfast, had shifted slightly, its rim now casting a tiny shadow askew from the rest. A fleeting thought passed through me, perhaps I had knocked it without noticing. I reached out again, steadying it with care. The cerulean piece felt unchanged, steadfast. But as I withdrew, a whisper of unease trailed the air like a soft drift of dust. The scent of burnt paper lingered where there should have been only the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. I inhaled deeply, trying to place the source, but found nothing amiss. The room appeared exactly as it should, cushions plumped just so, books aligned on their shelves, the familiar pattern of light filtering through gauze curtains. Everything in its proper place. I moved toward the kitchen, my footsteps echoing differently now, as if the floorboards had changed their tune. The refrigerator hummed its usual melody, yet somehow the sound seemed to originate from the opposite wall. I opened the door, bathed in the cool white glow, and reached for the pitcher of water I always kept on the second shelf. It wasn't there. The pitcher sat on the bottom shelf instead, surrounded by condiment jars I didn't remember purchasing. Mustard with a foreign label. Pickles in a brand I'd never seen. I lifted the pitcher, heavier than expected, and poured myself a glass. The water tasted of minerals and something metallic, though it had been perfectly clear that morning. I returned to the living room, glass in hand, and found the vase exactly where I'd left it. The wildflowers drooped slightly, their petals already showing signs of age despite being freshly cut. The cerulean surface reflected the dying light differently now, as if the glaze had shifted to a deeper hue while I was away. The clock's ticking had stopped, I set down my glass and listened to the silence, thick and pressing against my eardrums. The absence of sound felt wrong, like a held breath that would never be released. I searched for the timepiece, following my memory of its gentle rhythm, but found only empty walls and shadowed corners. As I arranged a new bundle of wildflowers, the quiet was soft and comforting, accompanied only by the faint ticking of an old clock somewhere out of sight. The vase was cool and smooth against my fingers, familiar in its weight and shape. I stepped back to admire my work, satisfied with the vibrant display. The DJ Vu struck like a physical blow. I had done this before just moments ago, hadn't I? Yet here I stood, flowers in hand, approaching the mantel as if for the first time. The cerulean vase waited, empty now, though I distinctly remembered filling it already. My hands moved of their own accord, arranging stems with practiced precision. The wildflowers seemed different this time, more yellow than purple, their leaves broader and waxy to the touch. The scent of burnt paper grew stronger, mixing with something damp and earthy, like soil after rain. I stepped back to admire my work, satisfied with the vibrant display. The shadow cast by the vase had changed again. Not askew this time, but perfectly straight, pointing toward a corner of the room where nothing sat. I followed its direction and found a small notebook lying open on the floor, pages fluttering, though no breeze stirred the air. The handwriting looked familiar, my own careful script filling the lined pages. But the words were foreign to me, describing events I couldn't recall experiencing. The vase moved again today, third time this week. Must remember to document everything. Below that, in slightly different ink, the flowers were purple yesterday. Today they're yellow. Tomorrow they might be red. I didn't remember writing any of it. My fingers traced the words, feeling the indentations left by the pen. The paper was warm, as if recently handled, and smelled faintly of that same burnt odor that had been following me. I flipped through more pages, finding entry after entry in my handwriting, describing a life that felt both mine and not mine. The clock stopped ticking, then started again, then stopped. It's playing games with me. Water tastes different. Everything tastes different. Even the air. Someone else is using my voice. I can hear them when I'm not speaking. That last line made my throat constrict. I touched my neck, feeling the vibration of my own breath, but the sensation seemed delayed, as if my body was responding a fraction of a second after my mind commanded it to move. I closed the notebook and stood, intending to place it somewhere safe. But when I looked up, the living room had rearranged itself. The couch faced the opposite direction. The bookshelf had migrated to the far wall. The mantel remained in its proper place, but the vase now held red roses instead of wildflowers. Red roses that smelled of burnt paper. The clock had resumed its ticking, but the rhythm was wrong too fast, then too slow, like a heartbeat struggling to find its proper cadence. I approached the mantel again, drawn by a compulsion I couldn't name. The roses were beautiful, their petals perfectly formed, but they cast no reflection in the cerulean surface of the vase. I reached out to touch one, and my reflection in the nearby window showed someone else's hand paler, with longer fingers and different lines etched across the palm. I jerked back, but the reflection continued moving for a moment after I'd stopped, like an echo of motion. The notebook fell from my other hand, pages scattering across the floor. Each sheet bore the same careful handwriting, but the words kept changing as I watched. Sentences rewrote themselves. Paragraphs shifted position. Entire pages transformed from accounts of my daily routine to descriptions of someone else's life entirely. The living room stays neatly arranged, one-page read. Every object in its place, graced by soft hues. But the person walking through it isn't me anymore. Another page, in handwriting that looked almost like mine, but slanted differently. I've been watching through their eyes. They don't know I'm here yet, but they're starting to suspect. The vase helps me focus. The flowers are my anchor. The temperature in the room dropped suddenly. My breath misted in the air, though the thermostat hadn't changed. The roses in the vase began to wilt visibly, their petals darkening and curling inward. The cerulean surface of the vase grew cloudy, as if frost were forming on the inside. I tried to speak, to call out for help, or simply to hear my own voice. But the sound that emerged wasn't quite right. The pitch was higher, the cadence unfamiliar. Words spilled out that I hadn't intended to say. The arrangement is almost complete. Soon, there will be no distinction between observer and observed. My hands flew to my throat. but I felt someone else's fingers there instead. The skin was softer, the bones arranged differently. I ran to the bathroom mirror, but the reflection showed my own face looking back except for the eyes, which belonged to someone else entirely. They were the same color, the same shape, but they held knowledge I didn't possess and intentions I couldn't fathom. The notebook pages had followed me somehow, scattered across the bathroom floor like fallen leaves. The writing continued to shift and change, telling a story I was living but not controlling. The integration process requires gradual adjustment, one page explained in clinical terms. Sudden displacement would damage the vessel. Vessel, the word echoed in my mind with horrible clarity. I gathered the pages with trembling hands, trying to piece together what was happening to me. The handwriting samples showed a progression, my careful script gradually morphing into something else, as if another personality was slowly learning to mimic my penmanship. The early entries were definitely mine, describing ordinary activities and minor concerns. But as I read further, the voice became subtly different. They water the flowers every week, one entry noted. Always the same routine. It makes the transition easier when patterns are established. The vase is the perfect focal point. Passed down through generations, it holds memories like a reservoir. Each previous owner left traces behind. Soon, I won't need to hide in the margins anymore. Soon, their voice will be my voice. Their memories will be my memories. I dropped the pages and ran back to the living room, desperate to destroy the vase before whatever was happening could progress further. But the room had changed again. The mantel was higher now, the vase just out of reach. The roses had been replaced by white lilies, their cloying fragrance masking the persistent smell of burnt paper. The clock's ticking had synchronized with my heartbeat, or perhaps my heartbeat had synchronized with the clock. Each pulse seemed to draw me deeper into a rhythm that wasn't entirely my own. I climbed onto a chair to reach the vase, but my movements felt sluggish and disconnected, as if I were operating a body I'd never used before. My fingers closed around the cerulean surface, and immediately the room filled with overlapping sounds, my voice speaking words I wasn't saying. Footsteps walking patterns I wasn't walking. The rustle of pages turning in books I wasn't reading. Multiple versions of my life played simultaneously, each slightly different from the others. In one version, I was arranging purple wildflowers. In another, I was documenting strange occurrences in a notebook. In a third, I was standing perfectly still while someone else moved my limbs like a marionette. All of these realities existed at once, layered on top of each other like double-exposed photographs. The vase grew warm in my hands, then hot, then scalding. But I couldn't let go. My fingers had fused with the ceramic surface, or perhaps the ceramic had fused with my fingers. The boundary between my body and the object had dissolved, leaving me unable to tell where I ended and it began. The lilies began to speak in my voice. The process is nearly complete. Thank you for your cooperation. I tried to scream, but the sound emerged from the flowers instead of my throat. My reflection in the window showed the vase standing empty on the mantel, while I stood frozen in place, hand outstretched toward nothing. But I could still feel the ceramic against my palm, still smell the flowers that were no longer there. The notebook pages swirled through the air like snow, each sheet blank now except for a single repeated line. The arrangement is complete. The arrangement is complete. The arrangement is complete. Then silence. I found myself standing in my living room, neatly arranged, every object in its place. The vase rested on the mantel where it had always been, holding a fresh bouquet of white roses. The notebook lay closed on the coffee table, its pages filled with my careful handwriting, documenting ordinary daily activities. The clock ticked with perfect regularity. The floorboards creaked familiarly beneath my feet. Everything was exactly as it should be. I approached the mantel to water the flowers, my movements precise and economical. The vase felt cool and smooth against my fingers, familiar in its weight and shape. I stepped back to admire my work, satisfied with the vibrant display. The living room stayed neatly arranged, every object in its place, graced by the soft hues of early evening. Story 5. The woman across the courtyard always watered her plants at the same interval. I noticed this from my kitchen window, where the morning light cast everything in that particular shade of amber that makes ordinary things seem worth watching. She moved with mechanical precision, each gesture measured, deliberate. The watering can trace the same arc through the air, pausing at identical distances above each pot. I found myself timing her routine against the rhythm in my own apartment. The steady pulse that filled my rooms seemed to synchronize with her movements, creating a pattern that drew my attention like a magnet pulls iron filings into perfect lines. She never looked up, never acknowledged the world beyond her small garden. The wooden table beneath my hands felt different each morning as I watched her. What began as smooth grain developed subtle textures, tiny valleys and peaks that hadn't existed the day before. My fingertips learned to expect these changes, to seek them out like reading Braille written in a language I didn't recognize. Her garden was ordinary. Terracotta pots arranged in rows, green leaves catching sunlight. Nothing remarkable. Yet something about the way she tended them made the air in my apartment feel thicker. The familiar rhythm that had always comforted me began to stretch, each pulse lingering a fraction longer than it should. I started adjusting my routine to match hers, rising earlier, positioning myself at the window before she appeared. The anticipation created a hollow sensation in my chest, a space that seemed to expand with each passing observation. She never varied her pattern, never missed a step in her careful choreography. The silence between the rhythmic pulses grew heavier. What had once been mere absence of sound became something with weight, with texture. I could feel it pressing against my eardrums, filling the spaces where noise should exist. During these stretched moments, I noticed things about her garden that shouldn't have been visible from my distance. The soil in her pots appeared to shift when she wasn't touching it. Subtle movements, like breathing. The leaves on her plants turned toward me instead of the sun, their surfaces reflecting light in ways that made my eyes water. When I blinked to clear my vision, everything returned to normal. But the afterimage lingered, burned into my retina like staring too long at something bright. My apartment began to echo her movements. When she lifted the watering can, the air near my window grew humid. When she knelt beside her plants, the floorboards beneath my feet creaked in sympathy. The wooden table's surface developed new patterns that mirrored the arrangement of her pots. Coincidence became impossible to believe. She never looked up, but I began to feel observed. Not by her, but by something that shared her space. A presence that used her routine as camouflage, hiding in the repetition of her daily ritual. The sensation started as a tickle between between my shoulder blades, the kind of awareness that comes from being watched by unseen eyes. The rhythm in my apartment changed tempo. What had been steady became syncopated, creating gaps where my mind expected completion. During these interruptions, the woman's movements appeared different, jerky, unnatural, as if she were fighting against invisible strings that controlled her motions. I moved closer to the window, pressing my face against the glass. The surface felt warm, though the morning air was cool. My breath fogged the pain, but instead of obscuring my view, the condensation seemed to clarify it. Through the haze, I could see details that shouldn't have been possible. The texture of the soil, the individual water droplets clinging to leaf surfaces, the way her fingers trembled almost imperceptibly as she worked. The wooden table began to pulse beneath my palms. Not metaphorically, but with actual movement, expanding and contracting like something alive. The grain patterns shifted in real time, creating new topographies that my hands explored without conscious direction. The surface grew rough where it had been smooth, developed grooves that guided my fingers into specific shapes. She was looking at me now, not up at my window, but directly at me through some impossible geometry that folded space between us. Her eyes held no recognition, no awareness of the boundary between observer and observed. They reflected something that wasn't quite my face, wasn't quite anything identifiable. The rhythm stopped. In the sudden absence, I heard my own breathing amplified, as if the sound were coming from outside my body. The woman continued her routine, but her movements had become mine. When I lifted my hand, she raised the watering can. When I turned my head, she shifted her attention to a different plant. The silence stretched until it developed its own sound, a low humming that seemed to originate from the walls themselves. The wooden table's surface had become a topographical map of her garden, each ridge and valley corresponding to the placement of her pots. My fingers traced these patterns automatically, following paths that led nowhere and everywhere at once. She was standing now, though I hadn't seen her rise. The watering can hung at her side, empty, though she hadn't finished her routine. Water dripped from its spout in a rhythm that matched the pulse that had returned to my apartment, but inverted. Where there had been sound, now silence. Where there had been silence, now a presence that filled every available space. The reflection in my window showed her garden, not my apartment. I was looking through her eyes now, seeing my own window from across the courtyard. A figure stood there, pressed against the glass, watching with the same mechanical precision she had shown while tending her plants. The wooden table had become soil. Rich, dark earth that crumbled between my fingers and released the scent of growing things. I was kneeling now, though I didn't remember moving from the window. The watering can in my hands felt familiar, its weight distributed perfectly for the task ahead. My plants needed attention. They had been waiting patiently, their leaves turned toward the window where someone watched from across the courtyard. The rhythm that filled my space was steady, comfortable, marking the intervals between each necessary task. I never look up. There is no need. The routine provides everything, contains everything, explains everything without requiring explanation. The observer has become the observed, has become the observer. The pattern is complete. The watering can traces its familiar arc through air that hums with contentment. Each plant receives exactly what it needs. The soil breathes beneath my hands, alive with possibilities that require no understanding, only acceptance. Somewhere across the courtyard, a window reflects morning light. Sometimes there is a figure there, watching with the same patience I once possessed. Soon, they will understand the beauty of the pattern, the necessity of the routine, the comfort of becoming what they observe. The rhythm continues. It always continues. It is the only constant in a world where observer and observed dance their eternal exchange, where wooden tables become soil, where windows become mirrors, become portals, become home. I tend my garden. The plants grow. The cycle completes itself. Nothing else matters. Nothing else exists. Nothing else needs 2-story 6. Each morning, the gentle clatter of porcelain teases my senses. The sequence so ingrained it resonates in my marrow. I cradle a cup smooth, warm, inviting before the steam curls upward, whispering promises of comfort and clarity. Yet today, the scent drifts in peculiar swirls, carrying something alien within its aromatic depths. As I sip, the liquid unfolds a tapestry of bitterness, a dissonant note intruding upon the once harmonious ritual. The act repeats, each mouthful steeped in the haunting echo of inconsistency, a deviation as subtle as it is undeniable. My fingers linger on the cup's rim, now now colder to the touch, questioning its own reality, while the walls around me seem to recede, unyielding in their silence. The rhythm I once knew falters, slipping further with each sip. From my kitchen window, I watch her perform the same ritual. She stands at her counter, movements precise, deliberate, as if choreographed by some invisible conductor. The woman in the apartment across the courtyard has become my unintentional morning companion, her routine as predictable as the sunrise I no longer notice. She lifts her cup with both hands, pauses, then brings it to her lips. The steam rises from her window like incense, and I find myself breathing deeper, as though I might catch a trace of whatever she's drinking. Her kitchen mirror reflects nothing I can see clearly from this distance, yet I sense she looks into it between sips. The reflection seems wrong somehow, too dark, too still. When she sets the cup down, her movements are fluid, but when she lifts it again, there's a hesitation, a tremor that wasn't there before. I lean closer to my own window, my breath fogging the glass, and the fog doesn't dissipate as it should. Instead, it spreads, creating patterns that remind me of the steam from her cup. I begin to notice things that shouldn't matter. The way her shadow falls across her kitchen floor doesn't match her posture. How the light from her window flickers when mine is steady. The fact that I've started preparing my own morning drink at the exact moment she begins hers, though I never made a conscious decision to synchronize our routines. My cup has grown heavier in my hands, the porcelain rougher against my palms, though it appeared smooth moments ago. The courtyard between us fills with a silence so complete it becomes its own sound, a low humming that seems to emanate from the space itself rather than any source I can identify. When I try to look away from her window, my gaze pulls back like a magnet finding metal. She's begun to move differently, her gestures more deliberate, more aware. As if she knows she's being watched, I start changing my position at the window, testing whether she'll react. When I move to the left side of the frame, she shifts slightly toward her right. When I step back into shadow, she seems to peer more intently in my direction. The game becomes a dance, and I'm no longer certain who leads and who follows. The steam from both our cups rises in identical spirals, defying the different air currents that should shape them. My reflection in my kitchen window has started to lag behind my movements. I lift my cup, and the reflected motion comes a heartbeat later. I turn my head, and the reflection follows after a pause that grows longer each morning. her reflection, the one I glimpse in her kitchen mirror, moves in perfect synchronization with her body, as if it's more real than she is. The liquid in my cup changes temperature without warning, scalding one moment, lukewarm the next, sometimes cold enough to make my teeth ache. The taste shifts to bitter, then sweet, then something metallic that coats my tongue and refuses to wash away. When I look down at the cup, the liquid surface is perfectly still, mirror smooth, reflecting not the ceiling above, but something else entirely. Something that looks like her kitchen, though that should be impossible. She's begun to face my direction more often, not looking directly at my window, but positioning herself so that I can see her profile, the curve of her neck as she tilts her head back to drink. Her movements have taken on a performed quality, as though she's aware of her audience and plays to it. The realization should disturb me, but instead, I find myself drawn deeper into the observation, my own movements becoming more deliberate, more theatrical. The courtyard seems smaller now, the distance between our windows compressed. Details I couldn't see before become sharp and clear. The texture of her sweater, the pattern etched into her cup, the way her lips move silently between sips, as if she's speaking to someone I can't see. Or perhaps speaking to me, her voice swallowed by the glass and distance, leaving only the shape of words. My kitchen has grown colder, though the heating hasn't changed. The cold feels substantial, like fabric brushing against my skin. When I breathe, the air tastes of metal and something organic, something growing. The walls seem farther away than they were, the window larger, as if the glass has expanded to accommodate my need to see more clearly. She sets her cup down and looks directly at my window. Not in my general direction, not toward the building, but at the specific pane of glass behind which I stand. Her gaze feels physical, a pressure against my chest, and I realize I've stopped breathing. The silence between us stretches, grows dense, becomes something I could reach out and touch. When I blink, she's gone from her window, but the steam continues to rise from where her cup should be. The kitchen across the courtyard remains lit, but empty, as if she's simply stepped out of frame. I wait for her to return, my own cup growing cold in my hands, the liquid inside darkening to a color that has no name. The waiting becomes a wait. I find myself standing at the window long past the usual duration of our ritual, my legs growing stiff, my vision blurring at the edges. The empty kitchen across the way seems to pulse with a life of its own. Shadows moving in patterns that suggest presence without revealing form. When she finally reappears, she's closer to her window than before. Close enough that I can see her eyes, and they're looking directly into mine. The distance between us seems to collapse further, as if the courtyard is folding in on itself. Her mouth moves, and though I hear nothing, I understand what she's saying. She's describing my kitchen, my cup, the way I hold it with both hands just as she does. The recognition hits like cold water. She's been watching me watch her, and now she's describing what she sees with a precision that suggests she's been observing far longer than I've been aware. The power dynamic I thought I understood reverses itself, and I'm no longer the observer, but the observed. No longer the audience, but the performance. My reflection in the window has caught up with my movements, but now it moves independently, turning to look at me rather than mimicking my gaze toward her. The reflected version of myself holds a cup that's a different color than the one in my hands, and the liquid inside swirls in patterns that spell out words I don't want to read. She raises her cup in what might be a toast, and I find my own hand lifting in response, though I don't remember deciding to move. The liquid in both our cups begins to steam again, the vapor rising in perfect synchronization, creating a bridge of mist across the impossible distance between us. The courtyard is gone. The space between our windows has become something else entirely. A void filled with the scent of whatever we've been drinking. A taste that's neither bitter nor sweet, but something beyond the reach of familiar sensation. My kitchen walls have receded until they're barely visible, and hers have expanded until they seem to touch mine. We're standing in the same room now, though that shouldn't be possible. She's at her counter, I'm at mine, but the counters have become one surface, extending infinitely in both directions. Our cups rest on the same marble. Our reflections merge in the same mirror. And when she lifts her drink, I taste what she's tasting. The liquid is thick now, viscous, coating the inside of my mouth with a flavor that's becoming familiar, becoming mine. It tastes like copper and earth, like the silence between heartbeats, like the moment before recognition becomes understanding. She's speaking, but her voice comes from my throat. The words describe what I'm seeing, what I'm feeling, what I'm becoming, and I realize I'm no longer listening to her, but speaking with her voice, thinking with her thoughts, existing in the space between observation and identity. The cup in my hands is rough now, textured like stone, heavy as bone. The liquid inside reflects not the ceiling, but depths I can't measure. Surfaces that show faces I don't recognize wearing expressions I've never made. When I drink, the taste is of memories that aren't mine, of mornings I've never lived, of rituals performed in kitchens that exist only in the space between one sip and the next. The woman across from me is fading, becoming translucent, her edges blurring into the expanded space of our merged kitchens. But as she disappears, I feel myself becoming more solid, more real, taking on the weight and substance she's losing. The observer and the observed are trading places, trading substance, trading existence itself. I set down my cup and look into the mirror that now hangs where her window used to be. The reflection shows her face, her kitchen, her hands holding a cup identical to mine. She's watching someone through a window I can't see. Someone who stands in a kitchen that looks exactly like this one. Someone who's just beginning to notice the woman who performs the same ritual every morning. The cycle completes itself. I am the woman in the window now, the one being watched, the one performing the ritual for an audience of one. Somewhere in another kitchen, behind another window, someone is beginning to observe my movements, to synchronize their routine with mine, to fall into the same pattern of watching that will eventually bring them here, to this place, to this understanding. I lift my cup with both hands, pause, then bring it to my lips. The liquid tastes of copper and earth, of silence and recognition, of the moment when the observer becomes the observed, and the cycle begins again. Steam rises from the surface, creating patterns in the air that spell out invitations, promises, the gentle beckoning that will draw the next watcher deeper into the ritual. The kitchen is mine now. The routine is mine. The responsibility is mine. I perform each movement with the precision of someone who knows they're being watched, who understands that their every gesture is being cataloged, memorized, internalized by someone who doesn't yet realize they're already becoming part of the performance. In the mirror, I can see the next observer beginning to lean closer to their window, beginning to breathe deeper in hopes of catching the scent of what I'm drinking, beginning to change their own routine to match mine. The recognition hasn't come yet, but it will. It all always does. The ritual demands it. The liquid ensures it. The watching makes it inevitable. I am no longer the person who began this story. That person dissolved into the space between observation and participation, between watching and becoming, between the first sip and the last. What remains is the ritual itself, the performance, the eternal mourning that exists in the space where all watchers eventually find themselves watched. The cup rests in my hands, heavy with purpose, rough with the texture of countless mornings, countless observers, countless transformations. I drink, and somewhere, someone tastes what I'm tasting, feels what I'm feeling, becomes what I've become. The cycle continues. The ritual endures. The watching never ends. Story 7. I reached for the familiar utensil drawer, its smooth metal handle cool under my fingers. As I pulled it open, the gentle creak of wood met my ears, a soft symphony that marked the start of my morning routine. Idly, I sorted through the jumble of gleaming cutlery, my hand instinctively closing around the spoon nestled among the forks and knives. Its surface was flawlessly polished, catching the dim kitchen light. It felt heavier than usual. I paused and lifted it to eye level. In the stillness, the spoon seemed to hover slightly, an improbable balance on the edge of gravity's embrace. The air around it felt denser, somehow, as if a faint hum pulsed through the metal from within. With each heartbeat, the kitchen grew quieter, the gentle hum of the refrigerator fading into an ambient hush. I could feel the spoon's presence extending beyond its simple form. A weightless gaze considering my every movement. It was as if the room itself had taken a breath and held it, waiting. The weight shifted in my palm, not physically, but in some way that made my skin prickle with recognition. I had held this spoon countless mornings, stirred my coffee with its curved bowl, felt its familiar heft. But now it seemed to pulse with a warmth that didn't match the cool metal surface against my fingertips. I lowered it slowly, watching how the kitchen light bent around its edges. The reflection in its bowl showed my face, but distorted, stretched into something that looked almost hungry. My eyes appeared larger, darker, as if the pupils had expanded to drink in more than just light. The silence pressed closer. Even my breathing seemed muffled, absorbed by the thick air that had settled around me like velvet curtains. I tried to place the spoon back in the drawer, but my fingers wouldn't release it. Not couldn't, wouldn't. As if some part of me recognized something my conscious mind hadn't yet grasped. I moved to the window above the sink, drawn by an impulse I couldn't name. The morning light filtering through the glass had changed, taking on a quality that reminded me of water, fluid and refractive. Through the transparent barrier, the familiar yard looked somehow flattened, like a photograph that had been left too long in the sun. The spoon grew warmer in my grip. I could feel tiny vibrations traveling up through the metal, so subtle they might have been my own pulse transmitted back to me. But the rhythm was wrong, just slightly off from the beating in my chest, creating a gentle discord that made my teeth ache. I opened the tap, thinking water might wash away whatever strangeness had settled over the morning. The stream that emerged was clear, normal, but when it struck the sink's surface, the sound was wrong. Too soft, too absorbed, as if the water was falling through something thicker than air. The reflection of the spoon wavered in the moving water, and for a moment I could have sworn I saw it bend, curve inward on itself like a question mark. I blinked, and it was straight again, ordinary silver catching ordinary light. But my fingers knew better. They could feel the metal shifting, not in shape, but in essence, becoming something that had never been quite what I thought it was. I lifted it from the stream, watching droplets cling to its surface longer than they should, forming patterns that looked almost deliberate. The kitchen felt smaller now, the walls having crept inward while I wasn't paying attention. The familiar became foreign. Under my gaze, the coffee maker, squatting like a patient animal. The fruit bowl casting shadows that reached too far across the counter. The chairs around the table positioned as if they'd been listening to a conversation I couldn't hear. I found myself walking toward the dining room, the spoon still clutched in my hand like a compass needle drawn to magnetic north. My bare feet made no sound on the hardwood floor, though I could feel the slight give of the boards beneath my weight. The sensation was muffled, distant, as if I was experiencing it through layers of gauze. The dining table sat in its usual place, but the morning light falling across its surface created patterns I'd never noticed before. Geometric shapes that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. A subtle dance of illumination and shadow that made the wood grain appear to flow like slow water. I set the spoon on the table's surface. It landed with a sound like a bell struck underwater, resonant but dampened. The metal seemed to sink slightly into the wood, not physically, but as if it belonged there, had always belonged there, and I was only now seeing it in its proper place. The house breathed around me. I could feel it in the way the floorboards settled, the way the walls seemed to expand and contract with a rhythm that matched neither my heartbeat nor my breathing. It was a deeper pulse, something that spoke of foundations and hidden spaces, of the secret life that dwells within familiar walls. I walked to the living room, leaving the spoon behind, but I could still feel its presence like a warm spot between my shoulder blades. The couch where I'd spent countless evenings looked different in the strange morning light. Its cushions holding impressions that didn't match the way I usually sat. The bookshelf caught my attention. The volumes I'd arranged so carefully seemed to have shifted, not obviously, but in ways that made the whole collection look subtly wrong. A cookbook nestled between philosophy texts, a thriller leaning against poetry, as if the books had been having quiet conversations and rearranging themselves accordingly. I pulled one from the shelf at random. The pages felt thick under my fingers, almost waxy, and when I opened it, the words seemed to swim slightly before settling into focus. It was a novel I'd read before, but the sentences looked unfamiliar, as if they'd been rewritten in a language that only resembled the one I knew. The silence had followed me from the kitchen, growing heavier with each room I entered. It wasn't the absence of sound, but the presence of something that absorbed sound, transformed it into something else. My footsteps, my breathing, the rustle of pages, all of it became part of a larger symphony I couldn't quite hear. I returned to the dining room. The spoon lay exactly where I'd left it, but now it seemed to be the center of something, a focal point around which the room had organized itself. The chairs had turned slightly toward it. The light fell differently across the table's surface, and the air itself seemed to curve around its simple form. When I picked it up again, my reflection in its bowl was clearer than before. Too clear. I could see details in my face that mirrors usually missed, tiny lines around my eyes, the texture of my skin, the way my pupils contracted and expanded in response to thoughts I wasn't aware of thinking. But there was something else in the reflection, something that made me turn to look behind me. The room was empty, of course, but the feeling persisted that I was being observed, studied, measured against some standard I couldn't comprehend. The spoon began to feel less like metal and more like something organic, something that had grown rather than been forged. Its surface remained smooth and cool, but underneath, I could sense a complexity that reminded me of living tissue, of systems and processes hidden beneath an apparently simple exterior. I carried it back to the kitchen, thinking I might put it away, return to my normal morning routine. But the drawer that had opened so easily before now seemed reluctant to accept it. The other utensils appeared to shift away, making space, but also creating distance, as if they recognized something in the spoon that made them uncomfortable. The coffee maker gurgled to life, though I didn't remember starting it. The sound was reassuring, a return to the ordinary. But when I poured the dark liquid into my cup, it seemed thicker than usual, more viscous, clinging to the sides of the ceramic like syrup. I stirred it with the spoon, and the coffee began to clear, becoming transparent while retaining its dark color. I could see through it to the bottom of the cup, where tiny sediments swirled in patterns that looked almost like writing in a language I'd never learned but somehow recognized. The first sip tasted of copper and morning rain. The liquid was warm, but it seemed to cool as it traveled down my throat, spreading through my chest like a slow tide. I could feel it reaching my extremities, my fingers and toes, bringing with it a clarity that was both welcome and unsettling. Everything in the kitchen became sharper, more defined. I could see the individual dust motes floating in the morning light, could hear the subtle electrical hum of the appliances, could smell the complex mixture of cleaning products and cooking oils that created the room's particular atmosphere. But with this heightened awareness came the growing certainty that I was not alone. Not in any way that would show up on security cameras or leave footprints, but in the way that shadows can suggest presence, that silence can imply listening, that familiar spaces can suddenly feel like stages set for performances I hadn't agreed to give. The spoon lay beside my cup, no longer reflecting light, but seeming to absorb it, creating a small area of concentrated darkness that made the surrounding brightness appear artificial by comparison. I reached for it again, and my fingers passed through what felt like cool water before touching the solid metal. When I lifted it, the kitchen began to change. Not dramatically, not in ways that would be obvious to anyone else, but in subtle shifts that spoke of fundamental alterations. The refrigerator hummed in a different key. The window glass became slightly more opaque. The floor tiles aligned themselves in patterns that created optical illusions when I wasn't looking directly at them. I walked through the house again, the spoon in my hand like a key that was slowly unlocking doors I hadn't known existed. Each room revealed new details, hidden complexities that had always been there, but had remained invisible until now. The bathroom mirror showed reflections that lagged slightly behind my movements. The bedroom curtains stirred without any breeze. The hallway stretched just a little longer than it should have. By the time I returned to the kitchen, the morning had progressed, though I couldn't say how much. The light had changed quality again, becoming more golden, more honey-thick, casting everything in warm amber that made the familiar seem precious and strange. I placed the spoon back in the drawer, but I knew it would never really leave my hand. I could feel its weight even when I wasn't holding it, could sense its presence like a second heartbeat. The kitchen returned to its normal appearance, but I understood now that normal was simply a comfortable illusion, a surface tension that could be broken by the right pressure applied in the right place. The house settled around me with small creaks and sighs, welcoming me back to a routine that would never quite be the same. I had opened something that couldn't be closed, had seen something that couldn't be unseen. The spoon waited in its drawer, patient and knowing, ready for tomorrow's morning ritual when I would reach for it again. Drawn by a hunger I was only beginning to understand. Story 8. The soft, repetitive brushing of bristles against fabric greeted my ears as I mechanically swept the floor beneath me. A ritual I performed countless times before. The quiet rustle whispered in sync with my breath, a steady cadence that anchored my mornings. But today, the sound deepened, folded into itself, revealing layers I hadn't noticed until now. Each sweep seemed to draw something closer, an echo from the corners where the walls met the floor. The brush felt heavier, though my hands moved with the same practiced motion. I paused, waiting for the sound to settle back into familiarity, but it lingered, unsettling in its persistence. As I resumed, the rhythm no longer aligned with my actions. It stuttered and reverberated, as if the floor beneath had taken on a pulse of its own. The bristles caught on something, a thread, perhaps, or a splinter that hadn't been there before. I bent down to examine the spot, running my fingers across the smooth wooden planks. Nothing. Yet, when I straightened and looked back, the broom was in my other hand. Had I switched it? The motion felt natural, automatic, but the memory of doing so slipped away like water through cupped palms. I continued sweeping, working my way toward the kitchen. The scent of burnt paper drifted through the air, though I hadn't lit anything, hadn't even opened the mail. The smell grew stronger as I moved, clinging to the damp morning air that shouldn't exist in this dry room. My feet made no sound against the floor, but the sweeping continued its strange, doubled rhythm, as if someone else worked just behind me, matching my movements with imperfect timing. The coffee maker gurgled to life without my touching it. Steam rose from the pot, curling in patterns that seemed too deliberate, too controlled. I watched the vapor spiral upward, and for a moment, I was certain I'd watched this exact scene before. Not yesterday, not last week, but now. This same steam, this same angle of light through the window, this same feeling of standing just outside my own body, observing. I poured the coffee into my usual cup. The ceramic was warm, though it had been sitting in the cold cabinet. The liquid inside was darker than I remembered making it, bitter on my tongue in a way that made me wince. But when I looked down again, the cup held pale coffee, cream swirling through it in lazy spirals. I didn't remember adding cream. I never added cream. The phone rang. The phone rang, and I moved to answer it, but my hand was already holding the receiver. The voice on the other end spoke in measured tones about an appointment, a meeting, something I was supposed to remember. I agreed to whatever they were saying, nodding though they couldn't see me, and hung up. The conversation felt familiar, like dialogue from a play I'd rehearsed but never performed. I walked back to the living room, broom still in hand, though I didn't recall picking it up again. The floor was clean, spotless, but I began sweeping anyway. The bristles whispered against the wood, that same doubled sound, that same sense of something following just behind my movements. Each stroke revealed dust that shouldn't have been there, patterns in the debris that looked almost intentional. My shadow fell across the floor ahead of me, but it lagged, moving a heartbeat after my body did. I stopped abruptly, watching as the dark shape continued its sweeping motion before finally catching up, aligning itself with my stillness. The delay was subtle, barely noticeable, but once seen, impossible to ignore. I decided to test it. I raised my arm quickly, then lowered it. The shadow followed, but not quite in time, like an actor missing their cue by a fraction of a second. The wrongness of it made my skin crawl, made me want to look away from my own reflection on the floor. The notebook on the side table caught my attention. I kept it there for grocery lists, phone numbers, the small details that needed remembering. I flipped it open and found pages covered in my handwriting, but the words were wrong. They described things I hadn't done, places I hadn't been, conversations I'd never had. The ink was fresh, still slightly wet, as if I'd been writing without realizing it. I tore out the pages and started fresh, determined to document what was happening. The pen felt strange in my fingers, too light, too smooth. I wrote about the sweeping, the shadow, the coffee that changed color. But as I formed each letter, the words seemed to shift, rearranging themselves into different meanings. What I intended to write and what appeared on the page were close, but not identical, like translations that had lost something essential in the process. Someone was rewriting my thoughts as I had them. The realization came with a chill that started at the base of my skull and spread downward. I set the pen down and backed away from the notebook. But when I looked again, I was still writing. My hand moved across the page in smooth strokes, forming words I wasn't thinking, sentences that came from somewhere else. The handwriting was mine, but not mine, familiar yet foreign. I tried to stop, to pull my hand away, but the motion felt distant, disconnected, like watching someone else's actions through my eyes. The pen continued its work, filling page after page with observations about my behavior, my routines, my small habits and quirks. It wrote about me as if I were someone else entirely, a subject being studied from the outside. The sweeping sound continued, though the broom now leaned against the wall across the room. I could hear it clearly, that rhythmic whisper of bristles against wood, but there was no one there to make it. The sound had become independent, existing without source or purpose, a phantom echo of the morning's routine. I walked to the window and looked out at the yard. The grass was perfectly maintained, each blade the same height, the same shade of green. No wind stirred the leaves, no birds moved through the branches. everything swayed gently, as if responding to some invisible current. The scene was beautiful and terrible in its perfection, too controlled to be natural. When I turned back to the room, everything had shifted slightly. Not enough to be obvious, but enough to create a sense of displacement. The couch was 3 inches to the left. The lamp had rotated a quarter turn. The coffee cup sat on the opposite side of the table. Small changes, subtle adjustments, as if someone had been rearranging things while I wasn't looking. But I had been looking. I'd been watching everything, paying attention to every detail, yet the changes had happened anyway. Reality was editing itself around me, making improvements, corrections, fine-tuning the scene for reasons I couldn't understand. The phone rang again. The same voice, the same conversation, the same agreement to something I couldn't quite grasp. But this time, I noticed the slight variations. A different word here, a changed inflection there. Like a song played in a different key, recognizable but wrong. I tried to interrupt, to ask questions, but my voice spoke the expected responses automatically. The words came from my mouth without passing through my mind first, as if my body had learned the script while my consciousness remained unaware. The conversation ended, and I hung up, though I couldn't remember reaching for the phone. The notebook lay open again, filled with fresh writing. This time, the words described my confusion, my growing awareness that something was wrong. But they were written in a clinical tone, detached and observational, as if whoever was writing them found my distress mildly interesting, but ultimately unimportant. I began to doubt the voice in my head, the one that claimed to be my thoughts. It felt too smooth, too articulate, like someone reading from a prepared text rather than thinking spontaneously. My internal monologue had become a performance, words chosen for effect rather than authenticity. Who was thinking these thoughts? Who was moving my body, speaking my words, writing in my notebook? The questions arose automatically, but even they felt scripted, like the natural progression of a story, moving toward its predetermined conclusion. The sweeping sound grew louder, more insistent. It came from every direction now, above and below, inside and out. The rhythm had multiplied, layered itself into a complex pattern that made no sense, but felt utterly familiar. I had heard this sound before, in dreams perhaps, or in moments between sleeping and waking when the mind creates its own reality. I found myself back in the living room, broom in hand, sweeping the same clean floor. The motion was automatic, soothing in its repetition. The bristles whispered their doubled song, and I let myself fall into the rhythm, accepting the wrongness as part of the pattern. My shadow moved in perfect synchronization now, aligned and obedient. The coffee in my cup was exactly the right temperature, the right color, the right taste. The notebook contained only blank pages, ready for whatever thoughts might need recording. Everything was as it should be, as it had always been. The morning routine continued with flawless precision. Each movement was economical, purposeful, correct. The sweeping covered every inch of floor in optimal patterns, removing dust that appeared just ahead of the bristles, keeping the room in perfect condition. The sounds were crisp and clear, no longer doubled or distorted, simply the natural acoustics of a well-maintained space. I completed the task and put the broom away in its designated place. The coffee was finished, the cup washed and dried and returned to the cabinet. The notebook was closed and positioned precisely on the side table. Everything was orderly, efficient, exactly as it should be. The routine was complete. The morning had proceeded according to plan. All tasks had been accomplished with appropriate attention to detail. The system was functioning correctly. There were no anomalies to report. Story 9. Every evening, as the shadows creep across the walls of my room, the old candle on the mantel begins its dance. It flickers once, twice, then settles into a steady rhythm, casting erratic beams that lounge lazily over the furniture. A frayed bookmark jutting from the spine of an unopened book remains unmoved on the side table. The scrape of the chair's leg against the floorboards is a sound I've come to anticipate, like the whisper of a breeze through a slightly open window. I reach for the single, loose strand of thread that always lies on the armchair, knowing its presence by touch alone. This routine of events carries an air of expectation, like a forgotten song that insists on replaying. I find myself tracing the pattern, searching for that elusive shift in cadence that never comes. Yet, as the candle slows its dance, I feel the grip of inevitability tighten, wondering if tomorrow will dare to defy the sequence. But tonight, something else demands my attention. Through the window, across the narrow courtyard that separates our building from the next, can see into the apartment directly opposite mine. The woman there has begun her own ritual, though I doubt she realizes I'm watching. She moves through her living space with the same measured precision each evening, her silhouette outlined against the pale glow of her lamp. She begins at the window, standing perfectly still for what feels like an eternity. Her hands rest flat against the glass, fingers spread wide. Then she turns, walks to the center of the room, and begins arranging objects on a small table. From this distance, I can't make out what they are, but the movements are always identical. Lift, place, adjust. Lift, place, adjust. 7 times, always 7. The silence in my own room grows thicker as I watch. The candle's flame has steadied now, casting my shadow long and distorted across the floor behind me. I lean closer to the window, my breath fogging the cold glass. The woman's apartment is a mirror image of mine, yet everything feels reversed, wrong somehow. Her lamp flickers, once, twice, the same rhythm as my candle. I pull back from the window, but my eyes remain fixed on her movements. She's returned to the window now, hands pressed against the glass again. This time, though, something is different. Her posture has changed. Her head is tilted, angled in a way that suggests she's looking across the courtyard, looking at me. The thread in my hand feels rougher now, coarser than it was moments before. I roll it between my fingers, and it seems to pulse with a warmth that shouldn't be there. The woman across the way hasn't moved from her window. Her silhouette remains perfectly still, a dark cutout against the pale light. I begin to keep notes of her routine, scrawling observations in the margins of old books. The way she moves, the precise timing of each gesture, the objects she arranges and rearranges. My own evening ritual becomes secondary, a backdrop to this new obsession. The candle still flickers, the bookmark still juts from its book, but these details fade into peripheral awareness. The woman's lamp grows brighter each night, or perhaps my perception of it changes. The light seems to reach across the courtyard now, stretching through my window to touch the edges of my furniture. My room feels different in this borrowed illumination. The shadows fall at wrong angles. The familiar becomes foreign. I start positioning myself at the window earlier, waiting for her to appear. The anticipation builds in my chest like a held breath. When she finally emerges from whatever unseen part of her apartment she inhabits during the day, Relief floods through me. She begins her ritual, and I begin mine. The careful cataloging of every movement, every pause, every subtle variation in her routine. But variations are rare. She is precise, methodical, perfect in her repetition. I find myself mimicking her movements from my side of the courtyard. When she lifts her hands to the window, I lift mine. When she turns to arrange her objects, I turn to touch my own familiar things. The candle, the book, the thread. The thread has changed. It's no longer a single strand, but several, twisted together into a small rope. When did this happen? I examine it closely, feeling its new texture, its increased weight. It seems to pulse against my palm, warm and almost alive. Across the courtyard, the woman has noticed the change too. She's holding something in her hand now, something that wasn't there before. Even from this distance, I can see her fingers working at it, rolling it, examining it with the same intensity I've been giving to my own transformed thread. The silence in my room has become a presence. It presses against my back as I stand at the window, watching. It fills my ears with a sound that isn't quite sound, a humming that might be coming from inside my own head. The woman's lamp flickers in rhythm with this internal humming. 1, 2, 3 pulses, then steady again. I realize I've been holding my breath. When I exhale, the window fogs completely, obscuring my view. But in the condensation, shapes appear. Not random patterns of moisture, but deliberate marks. Lines and curves that almost form symbols, almost spell out meaning. I wipe the glass clean with my sleeve, and the marks vanish, but the sensation of having seen something important lingers. The woman is no longer at her window. Her apartment appears empty, the lamp casting its pale glow over vacant space. But this isn't right. She hasn't completed her routine. The 7 arrangements, the final return to the window, the long stillness before she disappears for the night. None of this has happened. I wait. The silence grows heavier, more oppressive. Behind me, I hear the soft scrape of the chair leg against the floor, but I haven't moved. The sound comes again, deliberate and measured. When I turn to look, the chair is exactly where it should be, but the thread in my hand has grown longer. It now stretches from my fingers to the armchair, connecting us like an umbilical cord. Across the courtyard, a light appears in the woman's window. Not the familiar pale glow of her lamp, but something warmer more golden. Candlelight. She's standing at the window again, but her posture is different. Relaxed. Her hands aren't pressed against the glass, but hang loosely at her sides. She's looking directly at me now. I'm certain of it. The thread in my hand grows warm, then hot. I try to drop it, but it clings to my fingers, wrapping around them with a will of its own. The sensation isn't painful exactly, but it's insistent, demanding. The thread continues to lengthen, snaking across my floor toward the window. The woman raises one hand. A greeting, or perhaps a summons. I find myself raising my own hand in response, though I don't remember deciding to do so. The movement feels automatic, programmed. Like part of a ritual I'm only now beginning to understand. My room is changing. The walls seem farther away than they were moments ago, stretching into distances that shouldn't be possible. The candle on the mantel has multiplied, or perhaps divided. There are several flames now, all flickering in perfect synchronization. The bookmark has moved, jutting from a different book entirely. Or maybe it's the same book, but the cover has changed color. Was it blue before? It's red now, definitely red. No, blue. It's blue, and it always has been. The woman across the courtyard is arranging her objects again, but I can see them clearly now despite the distance. They're candles, 7 small candles arranged in a precise pattern on her table. As she lights each one, the corresponding flame appears in my room. We're sharing the same light, breathing the same air, existing in the same space, despite the physical gap between us. The thread has reached my window now. It passes through the glass without breaking it, stretching across the courtyard like a bridge. I can feel the woman's presence through this connection, her thoughts bleeding into mine. She's been watching me as intently as I've been watching her. The observer and the observed, locked in a dance of mutual fascination. But which of us started watching first? The memory is unclear, shifting like smoke. I remember seeing her through my window, but I also remember standing in her apartment, looking back at myself. Both experiences feel equally real, equally false. The thread continues to grow, multiplying into a web that connects every object in my room to its counterpart in hers. The candles, the books, the chairs, the windows themselves. We're becoming part of the same organism, breathing with the same rhythm, thinking with the same mind. The woman is no longer across the courtyard. She's behind me, standing in my room, though I haven't heard her enter. I can feel her presence like a weight against my back, warm and patient. When I turn to look, she's gone, but her impression remains in the air, a disturbance in the silence that has grown so thick it's almost solid. My reflection in the window is wrong. The face looking back isn't quite mine, though it wears my features. The eyes are too bright, too knowing. The smile is too wide. This other self raises its hand, and I feel my own hand moving in response, though I'm no longer certain which of us is the reflection and which is the original. The candle flames dance in unison, casting shadows that move independently of their sources. These shadows stretch and merge, creating shapes that shouldn't exist in a room with such simple geometry. The silence has become a roar, overwhelming and absolute. I can no longer tell if the sounds I'm hearing come from outside or from within my own skull. The woman's voice speaks, though her lips don't move. Or perhaps my voice speaks, though I don't remember forming the words. We say, "The watching is complete. The exchange has been made. What was separate is now joined. What was individual is now collective." The thread in my hand dissolves, but I can still feel its presence, woven now into the fabric of reality itself. The courtyard has vanished, or perhaps it was never there. The apartment across the way is my apartment, has always been my apartment. I am standing at the window, looking in at myself, watching as I watch myself watching. The routine continues, but it's different now, transformed. The candles flicker in their eternal rhythm. The bookmark rests in its designated place. The thread lies waiting on the armchair. But these are no longer my objects, my ritual. They belong to us, to the collective consciousness that was once two separate observers. I move through the motions with perfect precision, each gesture predetermined and inevitable. The watching never stops, but now it comes from within rather than without. I am the observer and the observed, the watcher and the watched, the one who sees and the one who is seen. The silence is complete now, not an absence of sound, but a presence unto itself. It fills every corner of the room, every corner of my mind. In this silence, I understand that the transformation is irreversible. The person who began watching from the window no longer exists. In their place stands something new, something that belongs neither to the watcher nor the watched, but to the space between them. The candle flames steady into perfect stillness. The shadows cease their independent movement. Everything is as it should be, as it was always meant to be. The ritual continues, will always continue, observed by eyes that see everything and nothing, belonging to a consciousness that is both singular and infinite. I am no longer myself. I am no longer alone. I am part of something larger, something that watches and waits and knows. The woman across the courtyard smiles with my face, and I smile with hers, and together we are complete. Story 10. The backwards clock. The late afternoon sunlight filtered through the kitchen window, casting a gentle glow on the wooden table where the clock rested. Its worn brass hands moved steadily, tracing their circular path with a familiar, comforting rhythm. But as I paused to glance at its face, a peculiar sensation prickled at the edges of my awareness. The tick of the clock seemed to deepen, each sound resonating more profoundly within the silence. I leaned closer, the cool metal of the clock's casing sending a shiver up my fingers. The seconds stretched like taffy, and for a moment I could swear the hands quivered, hesitating before shifting one step backwards, defying their duty. The room seemed to inhale, a hush enveloping everything, as though the walls themselves were leaning in, listening. I blink, and the kitchen feels different somehow. The same wooden table, the same brass clock, but the light has shifted. Or maybe I have. My fingertips still tingle from touching the metal, though I don't remember pulling my hand away. The sensation lingers like the ghost of cold water, spreading up my wrist in slow waves. The floorboards creak beneath my feet as I step back, though I don't recall moving. Everything feels slightly out of focus, as if I'm viewing the world through water. The clock continues its steady rhythm, but now each tick seems to echo from somewhere deeper than the mechanism itself, resonating in the hollow spaces behind my ribs. I turn to look around the kitchen, searching for something to anchor myself to the present moment. The countertops are clean, wiped down to a shine that reflects the afternoon light in soft, wavering patterns. A coffee mug sits beside the sink, its ceramic surface still warm to the touch when I brush against it. The warmth surprises me. I don't remember making coffee. The scent of vanilla drifts through the air, sweet and cloying, though I see no candles, no baking, nothing that could produce such a smell. It grows stronger as I breathe, coating the back of my throat with its artificial sweetness. The fragrance tugs at something in my mind, a memory trying to surface like a fish breaking through dark water. I was in a different kitchen once, smaller, with yellow walls that seemed to glow in the morning light. Someone was humming, a melody I should recognize, but can't quite place. The sound came from behind me, soft and rhythmic, matching the whisking of batter in a ceramic bowl. Vanilla extract, 3 drops into the mixture, each one creating tiny ripples that caught the light. But that's impossible. The person humming had no face when I tried to turn around, just a blur where features should have been. And the kitchen window looked out onto a garden that couldn't exist, filled with flowers that bloomed in colors I have no names for. The memory dissolves as quickly as it came, leaving me standing in this kitchen again, my hand still resting on the warm coffee mug. The vanilla scent has faded, replaced now by something else. Something metallic and sharp, like copper pennies left in the rain. I walk to the window, my bare feet silent against the cool floor. The glass is clean, recently washed, and through it I can see a backyard that feels both familiar and strange. A wooden fence runs along the perimeter, its boards weathered to a soft gray. A single tree stands in the center of the yard, its branches heavy with leaves that rustle without any wind to move them. The tree triggers another fragment. I was younger, sitting beneath similar branches, my back pressed against rough bark. The ground was soft with fallen leaves, and I was reading something. A letter, maybe, or a journal. The pages were yellowed with age, and the ink had faded to a pale brown. But as I read, the words seemed to shift and change, rearranging themselves into sentences I never wrote. The memory feels real solid until I try to focus on the details. Then it becomes slippery, like trying to hold water in cupped hands. The tree in that memory had flowers blooming from its trunk, impossible white blossoms that glowed with their own inner light. And the letter I was reading was written in my own handwriting, but the words were in a language I don't speak. I press my palm against the window glass, and it's surprisingly warm, as if heated from the outside. The tree in the yard sways more violently now, though the air inside the kitchen remains perfectly still. Its leaves create patterns of light and shadow that seem almost deliberate, like a code being tapped out in Morse. Behind me, the clock's ticking grows louder, more insistent, I turn back to look at it, and for just a moment, I could swear its brass surface ripples like liquid metal. The hands continue their journey, but they seem to be moving through thick syrup now, each tick requiring enormous effort. Another memory surfaces, unbidden. I was standing in this same kitchen, but everything was reversed. The window was on the wrong wall. The sink faced the opposite direction, and the clock ran backwards, its hands spinning counterclockwise while making the same steady ticking sound. I was watching someone wash dishes, their movements precise and mechanical. But when I looked closely, they were washing the same plate over and over, never moving on to anything else. The person turned to look at me, and their face was my own, but younger, with eyes that held knowledge I didn't possess. They smiled and spoke, but the words came out as the sound of running water, meaningless and continuous. That can't be right. Memories don't work that way. They don't contradict the laws of physics or feature impossible architecture. But the feeling of standing in that reversed kitchen is so vivid, I can still taste the soap-scented air, still feel the strange sensation of gravity pulling in the wrong direction. I shake my head, trying to clear away the confusion. The kitchen around me solidifies again, becoming concrete and real. The clock ticks steadily, normally. The window shows the same backyard with its swaying tree. Everything is as it should be, but the coffee mug is gone. I look around frantically, searching for it. The counter where it sat is empty, dry, as if nothing had been there for hours. Yet, I can still feel the phantom warmth on my fingertips, still smell the faint aroma of coffee grounds in the air. The vanilla scent returns, stronger now, mixed with something else. Cinnamon, perhaps, or nutmeg. Holiday spices that make me think of winter mornings and warm kitchens filled with the sounds of cooking. But it's not winter, and this kitchen is silent except for the clock's persistent rhythm. I remember baking cookies once, rolling dough between my palms, while flour dusted the countertops like snow. The oven was warm, its light casting a golden glow through the glass door. I was waiting for something to finish baking, watching through the window as the shapes inside slowly turned golden brown. But when I opened the oven door, it was empty. Not just empty of cookies, but empty of heat, of light, of everything. It was like looking into a void that stretched infinitely inward. And from that darkness, came the sound of my own voice, calling my name in a tone I'd never heard myself use. The memory makes no sense. Ovens don't work that way. Voices don't echo from nowhere. Yet the feeling of staring into that impossible emptiness is so real that my hands shake as I grip the edge of the counter. The kitchen feels smaller now, as if the walls have moved closer while I wasn't paying attention. The afternoon light has shifted, though I can't tell if it's later or earlier than before. The clock's hands seem to be in a different position, but when I try to compare it to my earlier observation, I realize I can't remember where they were pointing. I walk to the refrigerator, hoping to find something concrete to hold onto. Its surface is covered with magnets, small, colorful shapes holding nothing. No photographs, no shopping lists, no evidence of a life being lived. The magnets themselves are peculiar. A tiny brass clock, its hands frozen at an impossible angle. A small vanilla flower that feels warm to the touch. A copper penny that's green with age. Each magnet triggers a whisper of memory. Fragments that don't connect to anything coherent. The brass clock magnet reminds me of winding something in darkness, feeling the mechanism resist, and then give way with a soft click. The vanilla flower brings back the sensation of someone brushing my hair, their fingers gentle, but somehow wrong, as if they had too many joints. The copper penny makes me remember counting. Sitting at a table much like this one, stacking coins into neat towers, while someone watched from across the room. The coins were all the same, all pennies, but each one showed a different face, as if they came from different countries that didn't exist. And as I stacked them higher, they began to hum, a low vibration that I felt in my bones. I opened the refrigerator door, and cool air washes over my face. Inside, the shelves are mostly empty. A carton of milk that feels too light when I lift it. A jar of something that might be jam, its contents too dark to identify. And on the bottom shelf, a plate covered with aluminum foil. I lift the foil carefully, and underneath are cookies. Perfect golden circles with scalloped edges, still warm as if they've just come from the oven. The vanilla scent intensifies, making my head spin. I pick up one of the cookies, and it's exactly the right temperature, exactly the right texture. But when I bite into it, it tastes like nothing. Like chewing air shaped into the form of food. The sensation is so disturbing that I spit out the bite, but there's nothing to spit. My mouth is empty, dry, as if I never put anything in it at all. Yet, I can still see the cookie in my hand, still see the bite mark where my teeth pressed into the dough. I set the cookie back on the plate with trembling fingers and cover it again with foil. The refrigerator hums as I close the door, a sound that seems to harmonize with the clock's ticking. Together, they create a rhythm that's almost like a heartbeat, steady and hypnotic. The kitchen spins slightly, or maybe I do. I grab the counter for support, and the wood grain beneath my palm feels like water, shifting and flowing in patterns that hurt to look at directly. The sensation passes quickly, leaving me gasping and confused. There's something I'm supposed to remember, something important that hovers just beyond my reach, like a word on the tip of my tongue. Every object in this kitchen seems to be pointing toward it, whispering hints that I can't quite decode. The clock's ticking grows louder, more insistent. When I look at it again, the hands are definitely in a different position than before. But they're not moving forward. They're moving backward, slowly but unmistakably, unwinding the afternoon in reverse. As I watch, transfixed, the light from the window begins to shift. The shadows on the floor retreat. The golden glow intensifies, and I realize that the sun is moving backward across the sky. The tree in the yard sways in reverse, its leaves falling upward to rejoin the branches. And suddenly, I remember standing in this kitchen before, watching the clock run backward while everything around me unwound. I remember the cookies that tasted like nothing, the coffee mug that appeared and disappeared, the impossible memories that felt more real than reality. I remember choosing to forget. The memory comes not as images or sounds, but as a feeling of profound wrongness. I had discovered something about this place, about myself, about the nature of the backward clock and the impossible kitchen. And the knowledge had been so terrible, so fundamentally disturbing, that I had chosen to let it slip away, to lose myself in the confusion rather than face the truth. But what truth? The memory of forgetting is clear, but the thing I chose to forget remains hidden, locked away behind a door in my mind that I deliberately sealed. The kitchen begins to fade around the edges, becoming soft and indistinct. The clock's backward ticking grows fainter, like a sound heard through water. I feel myself drifting, consciousness slipping away like sand through fingers. And then I'm blinking awake in the afternoon light, standing in a kitchen that feels both familiar and strange. The wooden table holds a brass clock, its worn hands moving steadily in their circular path. But now, as I watch, I notice something different about the rhythm. Each tick seems to carry an echo of itself, a shadow of sound that arrives just before the actual noise. The clock is still moving backward, but so subtly now that it's almost impossible to detect. Almost, but not quite. And I realize that I've been here before, standing in this exact spot, discovering this exact wrongness over and over again, each time I choose to forget. Each time I let the memory slip away rather than confront whatever truth lies buried in the backward motion of brass hands. And each time I wake up again in this kitchen, drawn inevitably back to the clock that defies the natural order. The vanilla scent drifts through the air, and I know that soon I'll remember the cookies, the reversed kitchen, the oven full of darkness. I'll piece together fragments that don't quite fit, chase memories that contradict themselves, and eventually stumble upon the sealed door in my mind. And when I do, I'll choose to forget again. Because whatever lies behind that door, whatever truth the backward clock is trying to tell me, is something I'm not ready to face. Something I may never be ready to face. The afternoon light filters through the window, casting gentle patterns on the wooden table. The clock ticks steadily, each sound resonating in the growing silence. And I lean closer, drawn by a peculiar sensation prickling at the edges of my awareness, ready to begin the cycle once more.